Welcome to the stream. Just setting things up a little bit here. All right, there we go. So, welcome. Yeah, so we've been, well, I've been developing this game and also tools to make the game as well, like easier to define all the levels and everything like that. And the last couple of streams we've been working on the editor for a bit, but I was thinking now that I'm gonna leave that a little bit and start working on the game. This stream I'm not really sure what we'll do, but I think it might not be that heavily into the Zig programming. We'll see. There might be some like graphic things going on, like, or I mean, painting in GIMP and stuff, or other such things. So maybe a little bit less programming. We'll see what happens. But we can start by running the editor here. Now that we have upgraded it a little bit, we can also use it for its purpose. And yeah, I can give you a little bit of a tour maybe. Actually, one thing that would be nice is to delete files here. That's a feature that we don't have. But anyway, here's the editor. It opened up the last thing that I had actually opened up here, so that's why this popped up. But normally it will just open up to an empty thing. But you can't really, or I can actually close this project. I wonder if that feature works. Yeah, so we can close the project. Now if we open up again, it's gonna be like this. So I can select my project here, and I'm gonna select, I have to go and find this now. Now you can't see this, this is like the native file dialog here, but I will go into my projects there, and then this one. There we go. So now we're back in here. And here, down here, you can see all the sort of files that we have, or assets. And you can also create directories where you can sort of organize all of the assets and stuff. Now I have these two things here that's not normally supposed to be in here, but there seems to be something wrong with the thumbnails actually. But anyway, so I have to, okay, so I'll just write that down real quick here. We have a bug, bugs. I'm not sure if that happened due to us closing the project. I'm just gonna write this down. Bug, thumbnails not showing after closing and opening project. Okay, but anyway, I'm just gonna double check actually. If we close and open, will it load it? No. Okay. And if we check the cache folder, so we do have a bunch of stuff here. So these are all the thumbnails. And what about projects and this one? Oh, this is empty. empty. Okay, so it's probably a pretty easy bug to fix. We can fix this right away. Let's go to somewhere. Yeah, it's not really meant to be used. You know, here we got hard-coded stuff, so you have to, if you wanna, you can actually go ahead and download this if you want, or clone it from GitHub, but you have to change a little bit. We have in main.zig we have some hard-coded stuff, so you can go ahead and, so the thing is here that we have a brush, and the brush has a tile set mapped to it, so we only have one tile set that we're working with, and so it's like hard-coded. The brush tile set is hard-coded to this thing. I could very easily actually fix that. Okay, I'll do that as well. So I'll fix these two things and then we'll continue here. So if we go to, if we see what's going on here in main, this is the entry point of the program. And then you have this context, which basically has everything needed for it. It's basically the container for everything almost. And the context is somewhere we restored the session. So this is where it loads in a session file. So that's basically, if you exit the program while opening a file, it will store that as a session. When you open the editor again, it will open up that session back, so you have the same file open and stuff like that. And so in here, and there's our LSP crashing again, never mind that. In here we restore the session, and so the index, I'm not sure when it just sets to be empty, but that's a little bit concerning. Also, I think if it's empty, we probably wanna rebuild it. Okay. So we have update index in two places. When we create a new asset or when we restore a session. It also happens at other places as well, like when we move files and stuff. So yeah, it should be easy to fix. It's just I'm trying to figure out a good way to deal with this. So do we want to check if it's empty and then try to rebuild once? So we could do that, like after we, so here, like we load the index. So here's load. If this worked, so we could technically return false here if the index is empty. Right now it returns false if we don't find the file, but we could also read the file and then actually if this fails, we should probably rebuild it as well. Yeah, if the parsing fails, we should rebuild it. So we'll catch the error, we'll log it out and say could not read this file, could not read index.json file name because of error, and then we'll return false. But here we have our hash map. So what we'll do is we'll say, okay, this is our hash map. However, if the map is empty, let's count. If count is 0, which apparently happened. I think it might have been when we closed the project. I don't know. Because that's another issue then. If you want to open up another project, we don't want the like old project directory to be stored somewhere and mess up another project. So, but let's just have a special case for this one. If it's empty, we're gonna return false. Okay. Returns true if loaded successfully and has at least one index saved. Or at least one index. Okay, so if we don't get any index, we go down here and rebuild the index instead. So now when we load this, it should rebuild the index and it should work now. There we go. Now we get the thumbnails here. Okay, so that was one of the issues. Another issue was what I forgot. I forgot. So this one is, I guess, done, but it's also a bit concerning. Like if, let's say we close the project and exit. So now when we let's say we store the session, it's gonna update the index, but if we don't have a project, it shouldn't actually do anything. When we close the project, this should be null. Okay, so let's read it. So that's now that is actually working. And I'll open up my folder again. And okay, so it's when I open the project, it fails. Oh, okay. So set project. Is this happening? No. Open project. Okay. So this is a bit of an isolated set of features here. We have load project as well. Okay, but let's look at restore session. So what's happening in here? We are looking at, this is like, this is the project, so last open project, and we want to open it again. So here we have some special code that actually loads the project in, but we want to do the same thing when actually opening a project as well from the menu. So so it's like set project should also build the index and everything like that. Or let's see, I guess a new project you don't really care. Well, yeah, so let's do that. Oh, I guess we have load project as well. All right, because here it's not we don't know if it actually. All right, so this is where we want to have it. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and then we can use this instead. Yeah. Oh, but this is like a log and not. Well, I guess it's fine. We can show an error message. Okay. There we go. So now this is what we should call in restore session. Like instead of doing all this, oops, we should, because this does load index and set current directory. So we should also do like self load project. Yeah. Or we could even say, even more better is to use set project. Set project. I mean, I feel like that's more, how do you say it, correct. Yeah. All right. So if we open, and we close and then open again, it should load in the index correctly. Okay, there we go. So it just wasn't loading it in, and then when we exited it, like overrode it with an empty index. Okay, cool. So it actually works pretty fine now. So anyway, back to explaining it. So yeah, so we got these thumbnails on the different types of assets. So I have created these different directories. We have animations, and so these are all the things that we like, different types of entities, or I mean assets that you can have. You can have animations, entities, scenes, textures, and tile maps. And so you basically start by adding some textures. So I have like imported, you could say, a bunch of textures here. And then you can create animations on that. So you can, let's open up this one, for example. You can create animations. I have a dude here which has animation. Here's a talking animation. And this one I used for a video. Let's see. Yeah. So you can create animations like that. This one. Here we have a monster. You can see all the animations there. And you can edit them. You can select a frame and set different things on that. So yeah, so there's our animations. So all of these are stored then in a JSON file, which you can then import into your game in whatever fashion you want. So it's like the editor is supposed to be sort of back-end, you could say, like game engine agnostic. It only defines data in terms of JSON. So it's supposed to be used for, or by like developers, because I've been sometimes I wanna, when I create a game, I wanna use like make my own editor, or I mean make my own game engine, and create my game. But when it comes to making animations, making tile maps and stuff like that, I mean, sure, there are a bunch of very good like free tools out there, but I was thinking that, okay, it would be cool if there was sort of like an editor like in like Unity and stuff like that, but if it was if it only like exported data files instead of actually making the game, so you could import those data files, because that's the part that I want to have, so I can get the data files and just use them in the game engine. And so yeah, that's what I did. I built this editor to help with that. And so I started small with just animations, but now it's grown into this sort of editor here. And And one thing that's really nice is the scene editor as well. So the scene editor, you can open up a scene and you can add entities into it, and you can add metadata if you want to have like more data in here. You can add that, and that could be interpreted by your game engine. One thing that is sort of built into the scene editor is these things, which are like entrance and exits, and then you can actually select an exit, and that one is then you can make it go to another scene by dragging in the scene and dropping it into this input here, and then you can open that target. So this is the scene that you will enter when exiting that side there. So so you can go ahead and navigate back and forth here if you want between the different scenes, and you can add entities and stuff. So the way you add entities is like you navigate through the asset manager. So everything is like through this asset manager basically, and then you can add a new entity like this, and you can delete it or whatever. Okay, so that's like, and it's really basic. It's not like we're not really building a game here. We're only building like a JSON file. So the JSON file for this is like defining, okay, I want to use this tile set or tile map, I should say. So this is a different asset, so it's a tile map asset. So each scene basically has one tile map that you can create through this tile map editor. And then the scene is then the scene shows that which tile map you have, and you can set a different tile map here. I need to change this into one of those inputs that accepts drag and drop. I haven't done yet. So that will be something as well. And then you can also start the game here. If you make your game engine able to load up a scene by sending in like a file name, you can actually press play here and start the game with the scene that you have there. So you can actually test the scene. Okay, now something went wrong here. And we get it crashed here, so something went wrong, and I get some issues here. But the nice thing about this is like, well, this isn't so nice, I guess. Like you get some crashes and stuff, but if you're a developer, you can go ahead and go in and fix those, and you can also add more features as you see fit. So where is the... Okay, so this one doesn't find IDs. File not found. So it doesn't find this one. That is here. It's time map, demo village time map JSON. Okay. Now this is from the game code. Huh. Oh, demo village time map. No, but that's the time. Okay, so it didn't find the demo village time map. Oh, and there you see also it's like empty. The index is empty, but it's, I mean, it's not empty though. Let's try this again. Yeah, okay, so it does work. I'm not sure why it didn't work before. Was it because of the transition maybe? No. Okay. Okay, but anyway, was it because I added an entity and deleted it? No. But here you can see you can add an entity here, press play, it will show up here. So anyway, I'm gonna have to hunt that. That seems like a weird bug there. That only shows up sometimes. But yeah, so as I was saying, like, you do everything through this assets manager. You can drag stuff in, setting the tile map. So the scene editor is like, yeah, it produces a JSON file that is basically saying that this is the tile map. We have some entities as well, so it has like a list of entities and where the positions are and the type that they are. And then you can also specify like metadata for each entity as well. And also the entities are, I think they're gonna have like an ID. So if you, for example, if you add an entity in here, so this isn't implemented yet, but the idea is that maybe you will add, I don't know, a door entity or something, and then a button, and then you want to link the button to the door. Well, the door is going to have an ID that you can then link the button to. So that's the idea there, but I haven't implemented that yet. But that's gonna be cool, because the scene is gonna have, like, the entities in the scene is gonna have the IDs, and then you can even cross-reference, like you can even like from another scene alter things in some other scene, potentially. Like if you have add a button in another scene, and then you load this scene, and then it should have updated here. So if you have a door, you can link it to this door in here, and it will actually have updated there. Well, one thing that you could do is like keep some sort of global state, and that will open the door, I guess. So that's one way to solve it. But if you can all do this with the editor, and it doesn't make you the game, but it makes you the data files that you need to start the game, or to run the game. So that's what I feel like what's kind of lacking. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really looked for this type of... I've been looking for like time map editors and animation and stuff like that, but I felt like, well, I want to make my own as well, so, because then I can add whatever features I want to it, and it's going to be a fun experience as well, learning Zig and learning how to build this in this sort of way. So I'm using Raylib and imgui for this. So and like a integration library between them as well. So it's a little bit of a setup to do if you want to do it this way, but you can just use imgui if you want. Raylib is nice to have as well, so to like draw these things and stuff. But yeah, that's a little bit like a tour of the editor. Now, what I want to do, well, what we could do is we could replace this set time map with an input that actually accepts the time map like this. So you drag in the time map into the input, and it will actually add it there. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick, because it's really easy to do. We basically have, if we go to the, I guess we could go to the entity type layout, and we will go to somewhere. Yeah, here's the texture input. So this input function basically, you know what? I've been using this in a couple of places, so I want to change this a little bit. I want to have this be a asset input. So this is like a generic asset input function. But the way it works is that you can drag drop. It's a drop target, so drag drop target. So if you drag drop anything into the input, it will take the node, the asset node that you drop, and it will check, okay, is it the correct type of node, because you can drag anything. You can drag a texture or a animation or anything. So it has to be this correct type, and that type is checked down here. Well, now it's hard coded to texture because it's the texture input, but I want to make this generic. So what we want to do is we want to add a comtime document type, which is, I believe, document tag or document type, or I don't actually remember what it was called. Tag. Okay, so it's called tag. Right. So we get a document tag, so now we know what type of document we're gonna get. And then, let's see. We could also have, so the current sort of value that we want to have, so we could pass a label here. So the label will be what it's gonna say in the text here, and then how do we want to do this? I think what I want to do is I want to return a nullable, which is going to be something. So this is going to be, I guess we could return an ID maybe. Okay, we'll return the ID, and it's going to be a correct type of ID. So because the IDs are the things that we actually use to identify the assets, and that's going to be cool, because then instead of copying this around all the time, we can use a generic asset input, provide the document tag and the label. And then if it returns a UUID, that means that the user has dropped by drag and drop. It has dropped that type of document into there, and that's the ID that you want to get. So it's going to be extremely more easy to use as well. Well, for the different types of assets anyway. So this texture input, what we can do is we can say we need so this is going to be the text, this is just going to be the label here, and then we're going to grab this part there, and all of this is going to stay the same. However, here we're going to check for the document type. Okay, and then we're gonna accept the thing, and then we have the ID. Well, we have the ID in file.id. Why do we need to? We don't really need to get ID by file path, because we already have the ID. Because the file has ID on it, so we will just return this. And I also wanna defer this instead of calling it down there, so that when we return it actually cleans that up. All right. Well, actually it's gonna be deferred here. Yeah. Okay, so now we have more generic asset input here, where you can drag drop any type of asset. You can specify which type it is with this type here. And so now we can actually change this texture input to be, well, we can still keep this, and then down here we can say if asset input texture, and the label is going to be the texture file path. Actually, you know what, we can keep this the same. We can have a format string, and then we can have the arguments, which is any type, and we can just put this here. Because that's a little bit more like flexible. Okay, there we go. And then if we get this asset, we get the ID out here. And then we basically want to do this. And that's the texture input for this specific, for the entity type. An ID there. Okay, and now we can break this out into somewhere. I think we have a layout utils. Let's make this public. And we need tag and ID. There we go. We need node as well. There we go. So now we have this generic function, and we can we can use it like this. However, we need to import this thing, so that's gonna be utils, I think. Yeah, so there's gonna be utils dot asset input. There we go. Very nice. Select cell from texture. Well, I think we already have this. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Actually, maybe I should go ahead and go through all the to-dos and just clean stuff up. Seems like a good point in time to do that. Okay, now we got our asset input. We can actually go ahead and look for other places where we have. So we have animation as well. We have a texture input. So let's do the same thing here. If utils asset input, and it's gonna be a texture also. Format, same thing here, texture file path. And we get an ID. So nice, so nice. I love this syntax here. There we go. We get the ID here. There we go. Whoops. Okay. A lot nicer here, and yeah, it's nice. We can still keep this like function here and just have it as the input. But now I think I want to basically copy this. It's a lot less to copy. It's gonna, you have to copy some things, but yeah. And then where we're gonna have this was in where the scene, I think, scene layout. So here we have like set tile map here. Yeah, so instead of having this button, we're gonna have a tile map input. And we have to pass those things there. And tile map input. Context and scene document. And I will paste this in. And now we want to get the time map ID. It's going to be C documents get time map file name. Wait. No. Right. Does this even... I'm not sure if we actually use this anywhere. No. I'm just gonna replace this by ID here. Because this doesn't even have time map ID. It doesn't even have file name anymore. And the reason why we still compile is because Zig actually skips code that are not like called from anywhere, so it doesn't really analyze that code in any way. Well, maybe it does recognize that it's there, but it doesn't do a full like check on it, and it won't end up in the end results. Okay, so now we have get time map ID. So let's go back here, and we can use this now. So this will be also nullable, yeah. And then this will be the time map file path. Let's do this. And we need a time map now. So we can just change this to time map, and it will accept the time map instead. And then C document set time map. Do we have that? Like, how did it do that before? It just sets the ID here. Okay. So we don't have a convenience function for that. Maybe we should. Yeah, here we're actually looking through all the entities and finding the time map and setting it there. So we should definitely sort of move this into its own function here. Set time map ID. Set get entities. Wait, document get, oh, it's just ID. Okay, and then after we found it, of course we can just break. We only have one, so okay, so there we have that. Now this one we can just remove. Really nice. We have the time map input. Also rename that. Asset input, time map. We get the ID, we set the time map ID to the ID. There we go. Okay, so that's it. Now we have the time map ID. Let's see if we can make this work. Unable to resolve compiling value. Oh, right. So also, this format has to be comp time. When you pass it into a formatting function, you usually have the formatting string is a comp time string, and then the arguments is the one that can be like a runtime thing. Function with non-void return type. Oh, right. And in the end, if this didn't happen, then we just return null. So there we go, to indicate that nothing happened. No one is trying to drop anything in there. There we go. Okay, and now you can see here we have our time maps input here. You know what I want to do actually, it would be nice to have a couple of things done. So for one thing, we have these icons that signify what type of entity, or I mean what type of asset we actually have. So we could add that, like a little icon for that thing for the input if we want, which would be more easily like recognize, okay, that's an asset input, so you can drag that type into there. Also you can match the icon so you can see what kind of icon you get there. Also I want to add, like, you can see this sidebar is not very large and the name actually cuts off very quickly here. So what I want to do is, I mean, either we could remove this first part so we only have like the base name. Yeah, probably want to do that. But another one I want to do is like add a hover text, so that you hover over here, it's gonna show that the full text. So I believe we have that somewhere. Is item hovered? So here, yeah, begin tooltip. So let's copy this part. And the nice thing now is that because the asset input is actually generic, this is gonna apply to all of these inputs. So after you've defined the text, you can call is item hovered, which will where was that? Oh, it was in the same file. Yeah, so here you can see we have text and then is item hovered. So this item hovered is gonna target the previously added item, which is this text here, and it's gonna check, okay, do you hover over this text? Then we create this tooltip down here. So so yeah, so we basically want to do the same thing here, except we want to change the text to be the same thing here, format marks. Okay. And yeah, so now that's all we need to do basically. So there we can see, now we can see the whole thing without having any issues. Yeah, so we can easily see what the thing is. However, I think what I want to do is I want to change this a little bit to only show the actual name of the thing, which is the only this part, demo-village. I don't want the sort of folder, and I don't want the extension to be visible either. I think that's, I mean, maybe you want the folder, maybe if you hover it will show the entire thing, but if you only look at the text here, I think it should only show the first part. There is maybe an argument to show this folder here. If you have, let's say, different things, different folder names, but the same time map name for different like scenes, then you want to see the folder name instead. It depends on how you want to, like, I guess it depends on how you want to sort of organize things, but I think I'm gonna like hide the folder name as well. So what we need to do then is we need actually, well, that's gonna be up to the label in, I guess, but that means we have to pass in several things here. Maybe because it's an asset input, we already know the label is gonna be sort of hard-coded. So I think what we wanna do is we wanna just straight up show the current file name. So what we can do is we can, instead of comtime format and args, we can say current ID. And it can be nullable. So we'll do this, and then we'll get the current file name. It's gonna be if current ID, we get the ID, and We also need the context, I think, yeah. Get file name, get file path by ID. If we don't have the ID, it's gonna be null. Or I guess we can just set it to empty or none. So we get the file path ID, and then this can also return a null. So if that happens, then wait, how do we do it? Time app. No, not here. Oh, okay. So we do null here, and then we have an or else afterwards. So it's like both of these branches, if and the else can be null, and then we have a null handler outside. So we don't have to repeat the result or the null handler here. Okay. So that's that. Then we wanna basically just have that. But that's the current file. So what we also wanna do is we wanna a short label. And the short label is gonna be the base name of current file name. And we also wanna do we want to do slice to, so we want to slice to the first dot that we see. So now we cut off, the base name cuts off the folder, and the slice to cuts off the extension. Or if it's no extension, then it's going to keep the whole thing. If it doesn't have a folder, it's going to keep the whole thing. So, and if it's this none thing here, then it's just gonna be none. So short label. Now here we are going to say current file name. Okay, so now we have a generic way of just passing in the context and current ID. And now we have to go back to our places where we use this. We don't actually need to pass in these things anymore. We can just, and we basically don't really need this function anymore. We can just have it right here anyway. And let's remove that. And then we don't pass in this. We're gonna pass in the context and the current ID, which is scene document get timer ID. There we go. All right. Yeah. And let's go to our layout animation, and we have this texture input. So we'll do the same thing here. This texture, we pass in context, and animation document get texture ID, and that's it. Oops, now we can remove this old function here. And we have the same thing here. Context. Yeah, empty type document get texture ID. Okay. Cool. Pretty easy to add that input now. Okay. And what else? Yeah, I guess we can test this now. Of course, we get some compilation errors. Expected to go. Oh. Right, so we need to make these into tuples. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so here you can see now it says only demo village. The input itself is a little bit bare bones. I wish maybe we can add a little border around it to show that, yeah, this is sort of this is an input. And then it would be cool to actually add the icon as well, to make it very easy to see. And it's nice now that we have it generic, so that we change it only here, and it will actually update on every thing, and it will be generic for all of the different asset types as well. I just love it. Okay. But anyway, let's see. I need to refill my coffee soon here. I mean, I just love adding these little improvements, because it's like the next time you're gonna work with the editor, it's gonna be so much nicer to have these quality of life things in there, and it's gonna look so much nicer, and it's gonna be better to present also as when streaming and when making videos and stuff. So it's like a good thing all around. Okay, but we have like maybe 2 hours until I have to go here, so let's see. What can we do now? Oh yeah, so I want to just finish up this input a little bit. So it should be like easy enough to add just a little border. I believe what you can do, because we already have that. Let's see if we can find an example. Maybe an animation. I forgot where we actually have this. Maybe it wasn't this project. Maybe it was the other project. No, that can't be. That can't make sense. Also, maybe this asset manager needs to extend here, or this sidebar extends up there, because I mean, you can expand it, but it's like annoying when you focus here. You can't click here anymore. It's like I want the assets manager to always be on top, but I don't think InGui doesn't actually have like support for that. You can't have a window that is always on top of other windows. You have to make some sort of hacky solution for that. Where did we have this? Here we have some weird thing. What is this? Oh, that's the background. Oh, this is wrong. Also, we don't really need it, because you can see here we're actually selecting, it's actually showing which one is selected anyway, so we don't need this border. But this is we can look here for how to do it. So this was in timeline editor. Do we have anything called border in here? No. It's gonna be in the layers menu. And yeah, here we go. Active layer highlighting, add rectangle. So this is how we do it. I think we can just remove this though, because it looked like we can just highlight the selected part anyway. Let's just run this and see. Yeah, so these are now, I think it's because it becomes an input and it changes like the style a little bit, so but that works, you know. Anyway. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. But yeah, we'll take that code and we'll go down back to the asset input here, and I wanna do a little bit of, I wanna add a rectangle. So basically, if we want to add like primitives, like drawing things onto ImGui, you can get the draw list of the window, and then here you have a whole bunch of different methods. So you can add images, ellipse, circles, concave, polyfilled. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. And the thing that I want is a rectangle which is not filled. And yeah, we just need to figure out what the X and stuff will be. So I think what I want to do is I want to capture the text position here with get cursor position. So that's the position where it's gonna render the next thing, and then after that the cursor position changes depending on how large the text is or things like that. Usually you get at the next line, like below the text, unless you use same line. But now we have the text position, so I think I wanna use that text position there, and then Y is gonna be text position 1, and then this. So the width, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. And the height is, I'm gonna try and set that manually, I guess. Okay, and the rest should be the same here. You could add a little bit of rounding to make it like nicer to look at if you want. I think I'm gonna do that actually. User undeclared is active layer. Oh. Alright, so of course these ones doesn't exist, so I'm just gonna have a comment here saying input border. Alright, and okay, let's see how that looks, or not. Undeclared, we need to import, oops, C. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, so you see we get this, we get the border, but it's like up, it's like one up of that, so I'm not sure why that happens. Let's see what we are dealing with. So the min is X and Y. That should be like the top left, that should be where we are. Let's try and just use the thing here. And then the width is the width of the window, the height 24, so the max is like this plus that, so that makes sense. I'm not sure why it moves up a bit, that doesn't make sense to me. Oops, I opened two windows. Yeah, why is it not correct here? This should be the correct position for the text. Like you have to capture the position before it's registered here. then I guess to get the height, you can get after text position. And you can say just 1. Because we know that it's gonna happen at the next. It's gonna be at the next. Oh. What? Okay, now this doesn't really make sense. What? Oh wait, no, it does make sense. It does make sense. I need to actually. I need to do the relative y here. Yeah. Okay, that actually makes sense. However, x and y does not make sense. No, it doesn't make sense to me. It's very, very strange, actually. Draw flags. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna check. Draw flags. Now, where is this defined? Okay, I'll check. Hovered, selected, highlighted, none. Okay. But what is closed? What? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not draw flags. But it says draw flags here. Okay, I'll just check. Oh, maybe it's different. Okay, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. I'm trying to find the definition of these draw flags. This doesn't seem to be the correct thing. Now, where is this draw flags defined? It's like very hidden. Oh, here it is. Round corners, closed. I'm not sure what that means. And then we have a bunch of presets. So col? What does col mean? Oh, color. Okay. Okay, let's add like 3. I think it's pixels. Let's just see what it does. But it's really strange that it would. Oh, it crashed. Some assertion fail or something. Yeah, Misuse of legacy, draw corner values. What? So okay. So can I use this or? Oh, you don't see it because I have this up. But I guess I wanna use round corners all. Oh, so you okay? So you say you have rounding here, which is something, but then you also can say this round corners all. To, I guess, set them to be rounded. There we go. Now we got 1 pixel roundness. If I say 3, I guess it's like 3 pixels. No? Or yes? Okay. So there's a little bit of roundness going on. Let's do 5 maybe. I'm not sure what we have on the inputs. Maybe it's 8 actually. Okay, let's have that. I wanna lower the width a little bit. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Okay. However, it's still in the wrong position. I don't understand why, as I've said now a million times. Okay, 1 second. Because it's like when you draw something, it's supposed to be like before you draw the item, the cursor is here, and then you draw the item, and now the cursor is down here. So I don't understand why it's up here. It's like it's 1 full length up almost. Like, is it because the window is down a little bit? Okay, I'm gonna test this because the window starts down here. It's actually moved down a little bit. So are these coordinates like absolute? I'm gonna add a different rectangle. I'm gonna say that the min is 0, 0. So if this starts at like the top left of the screen now, yeah, okay, that's what's going on. So it doesn't It doesn't actually start from here, which I was thinking. It starts from up here. Okay. All right. So that explains a lot here. So the X should also be, so cursor position is relative to the current like window, but then we also get like window region min. That should be, or window position maybe. Let's try this. Okay, that's good to know. Now it works here. I probably also want a little bit of padding here. If we want the, let's get the icon in. We want to move the text a little bit. So actually, we want to draw the icon here and then use same line and move the text a little bit over. So we'll do, so this is the text position still. However, we also want to do img image. And the image is going to be the icon, which one a pointer cast. Okay, and then we do same line. Spacing is gonna be, I don't know, 8. Okay, now the only thing we need is the icon, and I forgot how we did this. We have node draw icon somewhere. Here, which yeah, it should just draw the icon, I guess. So this is drawing the icon, but the destination is just at the thing. Right, so this is nice because we can use this. Let's actually move this to utils. Go down to, no, not this one. This after here, and we put this here. And this is now draw asset icon. And I guess we don't really want the node, we want the ID, or I mean the document type. Right. Yeah, this node is not really used. I guess if it's a directory, it's different though. Right, so we probably actually need the node. Okay, but if we don't want it, we don't need it to be a pointer. Okay, and then here it's actually gonna be utils, which you don't have. Draw asset icon, node. There, that's gonna be the same thing. And now we can actually use this in layout utils now. And so we're gonna do this up here. Instead of doing this, we're gonna do draw as an icon. And we actually need a node now. So instead of oh, but the node is not accessible. So what we could do, because I think, yeah, what we could do is this. We could make a new set, like draw asset icon. What would this be? Source. And we can make it into a union enum. And we can make it like different things. So it could be a node, which is a node. We can make it into just an ID, which is the ID of the thing. Yeah, and you can get the type from the ID, I guess. Wait, but you don't really need the ID. You can just pass in the document type. Yeah. So this is the source. The source is a draw as an icon source. So now we can differentiate those things. We can say here, what is the grid position? Well, if we're looking at a node, if we're looking at if source is a node, we get the node here and then we switch on node. And we do the same thing here. Actually, we can do get document type by get as an icon grid position by node by and this is like the document type. Yeah. This is a document tag, and you get back a vector, and then we just switch on the document type, and we return this. And now we can say document. As an icon. Yeah, this one. Okay. So if it's a node, we check for file or directory. If we have a document type, we do get asset with this document type instead. There we go. Now we'll go back here. And we say node equals node. Well, this one actually needs a document type, and the document type is just the one we have there. Okay, and then we go back to assets manager, and we can draw a node like this. Okay, nice. Okay, so let's see how this looks. It's gonna look a bit messy now. We need to fix the border and add a little bit of padding and stuff to the thing. Okay, there we go. The border actually conforms to like the whole line here, so that's nice. We want to add a little bit of padding. We want to center also the text. And so we actually I wonder if there's a way to do that. Align text to frame padding. We can calculate the size. Okay. That's probably good. We can also get this height, which should be what we want also. So let's grab text height. Because then let's rename this to input position. Okay, so we draw the asset icon, we do same line, get the height. Now we want to adjust the cursor. Can we do like a delta thing? Only Y. Yeah, Y is the only thing we care about. And it's gonna local Y. Why does it say local? Does it mean local to the window, or yeah, I think so. And get cursor Y. And then we wanna add so text has height half. I think here we can actually say input max because the icon is so large, so it will take up both. And then we do same line, so that changes the position. Then we take. Now we can say input height half is going to be input position max y minus position min y. And then over 2, and then the position is going to be adjusted. We want to add, so the position is going to be equal. Wait, no, we're going to add input height half. And then take away text height off, I think. Yeah. There we go. Now it's centered here. Now I just want to add a little bit of padding so that the image is not like on the border here. So the border, we do -2, and we might want to also increase the height a little bit, maybe. No, actually this looks pretty good. Okay, so there we go. Now we have these inputs. Yeah, so this one is like a time map. If we go to animation, we should see, yeah, there you go. Here's like the texture icon, and you have the name there, and so it updated on all of the different types of what you call it, of editors or inputs that we have. So here we also have this input here, so very nice, very nice. And you get all the features that you have there. So really nice, like generic sort of input. I really like how this played out, like the asset manager, and then you have these inputs which are generic by the asset type. It all works very nicely here. Let's open up this. So here's the message. So I'm just gonna test this now. So if we create a new scene called I don't know, test 4, just to not have any naming, and then we open this up, and now we can set the time map to something. Let's take this one, and there you can see, so now the time map is this one, and then we can add some monsters here, and we also add, I guess we can add an NPC, we can add the player, and we can also add our little entrance here, which we have to name start in order to be able to play this thing. And then we press play, and there we go. There's our scene. Let's try and also change this so that we get an entirely different time map. So let's change it to this one, and there you can see it changed the time map. If we start this now, it's gonna, yeah, not, yeah, we're gonna spawn all the way over here, but it should all still work. All right, cool. So that's the asset index, or I mean the asset inputs actually upgraded a little bit there, so now it looks a lot nicer. It's a lot easier to see. Okay, this is an like an asset input. I know what type of input I'm gonna have here. Also, one nice thing that we could do now as well, I just realized, is like if you want to go to, that would actually be a really nice addition here. If you just want to go to this thing, I guess you could like double click to open it. But I think also what would be nice, if you double click, it will actually show it in the asset manager. It will open up the directory for that asset. That shouldn't be too hard actually to do. We just take the directory name and set that as the current directory. Yeah, that should be very easy actually to do. See, if you want a feature, and you can just add it. I mean, sure, it's a lot of work, but it's also, I mean, at least I think it's fun as well. And you can improve your productivity as well. I mean, of course, you can improve it by downloading an already existing very good tool and use that, but then you have to learn it, you have to stick with the features that it has. I really like being able to just add new features. That's why I've been working on this, and yeah, having fun in the process. Okay, so we could do, so what we could do, we could have here, like we have item hovered, we could also add mouse, like is item hovered active clicked. I guess you could add, like, you don't really need a double click, you can just click, I guess, left. And if it is, then we can set the directory to be the asset directory. And this is going to be the dir name of, does this need to be 0 terminated? Yes. Oof. So we have to actually, wait, I'm just gonna double check the set. So it needs to be 0 terminated, And then in the project, we just put it here. Are we duplicating it is the question. Yes, we are. Okay, we are duplicating it. So that means we can create it here and so we have to, yeah, so we have to do, well, let's do their name first. So this is going to be directory name of the current asset, which we have the ID for. We have the current file name, so we should also say if current file name, if we have, oh, but then, yeah, what we I guess we have to check if this is not equal to none. Oh man, maybe we should actually not do this. Maybe we should keep this as null. And then short label, I'm gonna have to check if current file name is exists, then we do that, otherwise it's just none. Empty label is none. Okay, that fixes that. Okay, there we go. So now we can actually see if we have null or not. The text, that's the short label. The long text is down here. That's the current file name. However, if we don't have one, then so we have to check, like, if we have a current file name, then we do that. Well, actually, okay, you can just do this then. You can say current file name or else empty label. Actually, we could also say here, we could say if current file name, we get current file name here, and then in this if we have these things, because it doesn't make sense to hover on none and get none, you know. It should always be visible. So if we have a current file name, then we can hover with it, and we can also get the dir name from that. So that is that. This also returns null. So if the path is in the root directory, returns null, which is kind of weird, but it's like if it is null, then we just return dot here. Okay, that's the root. Okay, but then we also wanna copy. Actually, since we're duplicating the thing, I was just thinking, like, since we're duplicating this path, does it really need to be zero terminated? I guess if you pass in a zero terminated, but maybe we can make it so you can pass in either a zero terminated or a normal slice. Whatever. Let's just deal with it. So we have allocator, we can duplicate this. It's just annoying that you have to do this. Yeah. And then defer free mean, what you could do is have an allocator that is like made to keep small strings in it, because then it doesn't have to go and look up on the heap every time you want to allocate a small string. What you could do is just you can have I guess some sort of region that you know you have capacity or something like that, because this sort of this is like the general purpose allocator, and it's not necessarily optimized to be doing these kind of things. Like every frame you try to do this thing. You could have an allocator that's like optimized to deal with small strings being allocated a lot, or you could just avoid the duplication, but yeah, we can't do that right now. So anyway, we now grab the directory from the file name, we free it up, we also set the current directory to that. So that will happen if you click on the item itself. So let's see if this actually works now. Expected, oh, out of memory, okay. Catch and reach. It's gonna be like, I know that we have all this catch unreachable in out of memory, so it's gonna be a pain in the ass if you actually have problems with the memory and you sit and work on something and you forgot to, you didn't save, and then all of a sudden you get an out of memory error. It's just gonna crash out of the program and not do anything. Maybe we should have like a handler for any kind of crash that will actually create some sort of backup, or we can regularly have a backup and then detect if the program actually crashed, and then ask if you want to restore the project or something like that. But anyway, that's gonna be something for later. So what did we actually do here? Oh yeah. So if you click on this now, there you go. So you click on it, it actually goes down here and shows you the folder where this is on. So this is really nice because it makes it a lot easier to actually change the thing. So like if I go, especially if you got it organized like this though, but if I go to entities, I go here, okay, this is the elder. If I want to change it, which you probably don't want to do, but then you can just click here and you can select a different one. Okay, cool. I mean, it could be if you pick the wrong one and you just easily want to change it. I don't know. I don't know what the use case is really, but it's nice. It's nice to actually get there. It's like if you open it up, if you want to like go to another, if you want to go to this asset, like let's say I have the scene open for this and I want to edit the tile map. Well, I can just click here and open it up now here. So that's nice. In the future, I'm also gonna have, because all the documents are actually open up in the background, so we could also add, I have this written down, so we could also add like, here it also says time, well that's like the title of the current document opened, but that's only for time map editor. I don't think the scene editor has that. Oh yeah, it does have that, and but not for other things. Yes, it does. Maybe this is actually, yeah, it's actually generated. No, it's not. Well, maybe I haven't added it for animations though. Time map scenes, and yeah. So I was saying that we could have a tab system, so you have a bunch of tabs which are all the documents that you have actually opened That would also be really nice to do. And then you can also have a button to close a document, so you sort of unload that document. So that would be a really nice addition. That is really gonna start feeling like a real sort of editor almost. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's just nice to improve things, add a little bit of flair and convenience to the editor here. Oh man, I really want to add like ellipsis here on these labels. This looks so bad. Okay, I actually want to do that. Oh, we got a crash when I exited. Okay, I just want to investigate a little, because we've been getting this crash for a while, and it only happens like sometimes. So we get a seg fault. File path is trying to get freed here. What is the file path? It's in context. Document initialize. Okay. Interesting. So maybe it gets, the file path gets used somewhere else and then gets freed in some other context. Some sort of file path from the document. Interesting. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a search job here. So I'm relative to root. Well, this is allocated, so that shouldn't be the issue. Arrow saving. Current scene file name. Well, this is just a throwaway. Yeah, it's not really used like that. Base name. Yeah, it would be really weird if this was the actual issue, because it's like every frame it's used. Split scalar, we have name. Type label, capitalize. That's fine. So this name is just used there, so that's not an issue. Okay, so it's not one of those. Do I have to search for like dot file path? It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, it's not that many though. Yeah, here it is duplicated. I'm gonna guess that it's like I mean, the error says something, just seg fault. So I'm gonna guess that it's already freed and garbage. So somewhere we're freeing up that. It could be that we're deinitializing the same document multiple times as well. I mean, we should really set it to null. Maybe. We shouldn't deinitialize the document twice. I'm not sure if that's the issue. When could that happen? Like, okay, if we go to the editor, we have a document here, but it's not the editor's job to actually deinitialize that document. Yeah, so we're not actually doing anything with deinitialize here. Are we doing anything with editor document? Deinitialize? No. Okay. File path. Already file. Load. Is there one of the documents like loading in? Like loading and then doing something weird with this path. No. Okay. Okay, what about document.init? Document init. What's this? Create document data. What? Okay, this is not used anymore. I am pretty sure, because this would be a compiler error. So I'm just gonna remove all of this. It's like really old code that's not used anymore. Yeah, because yeah, so before we actually opened the editor first and then created a new document from within the editor, but now we use the assets manager to create like an empty asset first, and then you double click on the asset to open the editor for that asset. So you never open an editor without a document anymore. Yeah, I'm just double checking here. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so this one does. This one isn't used either, so we can just remove this. Yeah, we don't need these. When we're calling a doc editor.initialize, but we're not really. It's not really doing anything. But it's good to have, you know, if you ever want to add something there. Okay, so the editor is basically nothing. It's basically just a keeper for the document. Convenience, document type. Do we even need that? Because the type is actually in the document. I mean, it's in the content. It's in the file path actually. So we don't really need the type either. Do we ever use that? I guess here. Okay. Well, okay, whatever. I mean, we even do this, so what's the point of storing it? We can have a function for it, I guess. But anyway. Lib, yes, allocator, okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to eliminate places where stuff is happening. To this file name here. We could also look for clues. Let's try opening like some, so it's not happening when you just open and close. Yeah, so that's fine. Let's say we have this scene open. Let's open another scene and then close. Okay, now we actually get error. So that's good. That's like a reproducible thing. If we just open up and close, so maybe it's related to this particular scene then. Let's try if we open up this scene and close and then open. Okay, this doesn't have an error, so it's consistent. It's this one that has an error. Okay, something in this scene makes it an error. So what is that? Should we log out? Like, where is this? Context 121. So this is like all the documents. Okay, for this last hour here, I'm gonna go and grab a new cup of coffee. Be right back. Okay. I'm pretty sure that this function is only called like once. I mean, yeah. Maybe. Document load content, catch error, document initialize. Okay, let's add a error log here, because this seems like a very, well, actually we are returning an error. Let's see if we get an error here somewhere. No, We don't get like an error log. Could not match ID. Is that the issue? Requested document. Could not open document. No, it's not that. Okay, but this is weird. Could not match ID. Where is this ID? Is this anything that, oops, that we have? No. Okay. What? Where? Okay, there's a custom entity with that ID, or it's like it's okay. So this scene refers to a custom entity with this type or this ID, but the ID doesn't exist. Okay. We already get into this type of error. I thought that we would not get here, but that's okay. So I mean, not that fast anyway, so okay. But I mean, that makes sense. It's weird that we can actually open it up though. Let's see. Could not request a document, could not match ID. So could not match ID. Here the error is like in get index, and that's gonna be in when we load a scene, I think. Or we try to, it only happens like 2 times here. Like in which part does this happen? Does it happen when we try to save? No. It's like when we're loading in the, alright, we're loading in the entities. I mean, we could just remove that entity, but I want to have a handler for this. So it's like, I think it's gonna be layout scene. We don't have get index here. When do we call get index? Tile map? Well, it's not gonna be tile map. Context? Oh yeah, so it's gonna be this one. Get file path here. No, that's just a scene. Scene exit. No, but that's not a custom. Request document type. Yeah, it might be from here actually. And there it is. We try to find it somewhere. Could not open document. Could not match ID. Requested, yeah, so it is requested document. Not found loading. And then I guess it fails here and it just returns null. I think what I want to do is I want to also log out here. I want to log out. Could not find path for document ID. Okay. And then here we might get a, but this is like unreachable. Oh, it's if we click on it. This is the selected entity type. Right, so that makes sense a little bit. It's gonna crash if we try to click on it. I'm not sure where it is. It's in 264.40. Let's see if this hypothesis holds. If we try to click on it. Oops. Expected. $264.40. So it's like, so X, so this is 0, so somewhere over here. But we don't actually know the height and the width of it. So I'm not sure if we can even click on it. But anyway, the question is, so that's going to be in handle input, I think. Create entity, select, get entities is. So this one we get the entity rectangle, get the position, the scale, we get the size from scene document. Well, yeah, so custom we request the document or else we return null, so we don't actually, we can actually, so if we don't find the document, it's not even gonna be clickable. I mean, that makes sense. I was just curious how that particular thing was handled. So anyway, it has to be somewhere else then. Where things happen with custom here. I mean, it doesn't really have to be custom. It could be just when we try to draw this, the entities. Yeah, here, draw entity. So it's like scene document, draw entity, and here's custom. So we actually just return here. This is the, so I think this is where it fails. However, maybe not, because it only seems to fail once, and then it doesn't fail more. Because if it failed more times, then it's it's gonna spam like that log. Oh, you know what? Maybe it doesn't, because now we actually maybe store a... We don't actually remove the document. So we didn't find it, but we don't remove the document. So it exists, but the content is not loaded. Right, I think that's what's going on. I think that's why it doesn't... yeah, so when it's found existing, it goes down here and it checks, okay, the value pointer is no, but then this should also, it should go in here. I'm confused. Could not match ID, could not find path. Yeah, it only happens like once. I don't know why. Could not. I don't understand. Request a document, not found loading, could not match ID. Yeah, that happens before. And then after, it could not find the path, so we return null. And here we just return. But then the next frame we should go in here again, because we're going through all the entities and drawing them every frame. I don't know. Oh yeah, because you see at the logs here, it only happens once. Like, what if we do or else? Well, let's see what's happening. So I'm missing something here, I'm sure. It's going in. This is document type by ID. But type also calls this. That's the first thing that actually happens. If it doesn't find anything, it runs null. So this happens once, then we go down here, so we should get this log, because the content should be null, or maybe it's not null then. Maybe it's not null. Oh, wait. No, but that's not very much happening. Okay. So it happens like once for each thing here. Why doesn't it find these documents though? That's a lot of documents that it doesn't find. Or it's not. It finds them. It may find them, but it's not loading. Maybe. So which one was it? Was it C? Was it this one? No. Could not match ID. But this one, this did not show up. That's also. Could not find path. Yeah, and then it doesn't show up anymore. Maybe it's not called from that then. Maybe. Maybe this is in the load function. Load. Wait. C non-persistent. Yeah, here's the load. But then that doesn't really help. Okay, I'm gonna say if this is null, we're gonna log a debug here. Entity ID is C, yeah. Entity not found in drawing. Does it ever type that? And then return. Yeah, but it only does it once. That's why I'm confused. Do we really only draw the entities once? I'm pretty sure we... Wait. Is it active? No, it... What? This is so weird. I'm pretty sure this function is called every frame. Yeah, it's the draw function. It's called every frame. And it's not like we are removing entities from inside here. Wait. No, actually, I have no idea what's happening. Okay, maybe I should dig a little bit deeper here. So it doesn't find the thing. It tries to load it. We get the path. This should be null. It should like complain again here. Just like it complains here and pastes all the IDs. Right? It should also do that. But actually, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it never goes in here, actually. No, wait, it does. It goes in here. Could not find path. Request a document. Couldn't find. Oh, okay. So it requests a document. It could not match the ID, and it's not found. It's loading. Oh, that's the actual thing that's happening. Wait, I'm just stupid. I'm looking at the wrong thing. But then it should go in there again, and the content, maybe the content isn't null. You know what? The document is probably garbage at this point, so we should just populate it by something. Let's go here. We have open, we have init. Yeah, let's just do init. And I'm pretty sure now we're gonna get a bunch of spam. Let's do init, and then the file name is gonna be somewhere. File name is absolute path, I guess. Wait, is it really absolute path? I'm not sure. Yeah, path needs to be absolute. Yeah, okay, sure. So now it's gonna be initialized, but the content is gonna be empty, and then it's gonna try and load the content here, and then this is gonna get spammed, but then it's gonna return null. Okay, so now it should spam it now. It's a miracle that it didn't crash, because it should have grabbed some garbage data. Use of undeclared unfair absolute path. Where is it? Oh, we don't have it yet. Okay, let's move this up here. Oh, but we don't have the path. Wait. Oh, because we're trying to get the path. That's the thing. So we don't actually have a path for this document. So I guess we just say not applicable here or something. I don't know. We should really have like a result type here where we state that okay, this document was not found. Yeah. Expected 2 arguments. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we need an allocator. Oops. Now it's gonna try and load that file, I think. Maybe that's the issue. You know, we are going in here, we are creating an entry. If we don't find the file, we didn't actually do anything with that, because when it creates this only creates the space for the document. It doesn't initialize the data with anything. So then when we loop through all of the documents and try to deinitialize it, it crashes because it's trying to deinitialize something with garbage data. So I think that was the issue here. Now we're actually initializing the document with some sort of file name, but we don't find the file name. So it's like we initialize it with a file name that doesn't exist, And then we also the content is null, so then it tries to go in here, and we should have gotten a bunch of spam now, I believe. No? Yes, here you can see the spam. So now we get a whole bunch of spam for the same document over and over again. That was what I was looking for. Oh man. Okay, but we did figure out what the issue was. So yeah, again, garbage data getting used as if it thought that it was actually real data. There's such a common problem here. Well, it's I guess it's like it's not really common, but it's like of the memory issues that you can get, that is like a common issue. Right, so you have to be really careful when doing things like this, and just, I'm not sure why I'm not removing in this case, but it does make sense in a way, because you're not trying to get it over and over. However, that should probably be the thing that we do. We should probably remove it if we don't find it. Like could not find document, and we don't with ID. Well, actually we have the path. No, we don't have the path. That's what we don't have. Could not find document in index with ID, and then this is the ID, and then we don't really have an error, so and we remove it. However, we should keep some sort of state here that we could have maybe we could skip removing it, and we can add to the document, we can add some kind of state. Which could be like a union enum, and the state is we could have state like loaded, unloaded, and error, which is like any error. And then we initialize the state with unloaded for this part. This one is unloaded. We say unloaded there. Open. This creates a new document. After we load, we should also like set the content. Let's see. Is this realizable? Yeah, so I don't think we actually use this anymore. Yeah, I think we can just remove this. It's always gonna be deserializable. All right, and then let's see. what the hell did we do? Oh yeah, so document state. So we want to set the document state here to be loaded. But if there's an error, we want to set the state to error. Okay. Save. We don't really care about the state in that. New content. This should also set the state to loaded. All right. There we go. We could make an assertion here. I mean, you could have an assertion here saying that you can't open a document. No, wait, this is a new document. Well, you can't load the content if it's already loaded, because we're not cleaning up the old content here. So I'm gonna do. Is there a search now? Debug assert. So we're gonna assert that the state is unloaded, and I guess, or it can also be like an error. So you try to load it, because here we also want to assert that the state is loaded. This also doesn't clean up like the content, so we're gonna assert that the state is not equal to loaded, and that the content, well, okay, we just want to assert the state there. Okay, so now we have the sort of structure for that. We can go here now and we can check. This is for a new document, so if we don't find the ID or the path, we actually want to initialize this with like an error. We could do that, like initialize init with error. And we don't really have a file path in that case, so that's just going to be undefined, I guess. And then the status. And then we get an error. I wonder if you can do that. If you can pass in an error. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it might still be. Oh. Alright, we don't need the config anymore. It might still be like right, content payment, so we don't do this, okay. Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay, init with error, and the error is, well, it's gonna be let's say we have a document error here, and we're gonna say index not found. So document error index not found. I think we have this. So let's search document error. Okay. So now that should be like very visible there. Now if we deinitialize a document, we should actually say if self, and I realize we can do this with like a union enum instead, which is a lot safer. But I chose to do this, and I have to live with this now. So if the state is what? Error. We know that file path is not actually... Yeah, we have to make sure that the file path is deinitialized at that point. So if the state is error, we just return. Then we don't have a content and we don't have a file path. If the state is unloaded, we also return here. Because then we don't have a content. Well, I guess content is like, it's still okay. Let's just do this. We don't really care. Okay, and then open. So here is like if load content, if anything causes the document. Well, here, okay, so here we don't want to deinitialize the document actually. We don't want to do that. We actually get the document. We don't return an error. We do actually, but if it's an error, we want to say document is equal to init with error. Well, actually, we do want to deinitialize this one. But this should not set this to error. It does set it to error. Okay, so let's just remove this error here. I don't think this is called from anywhere else. Oh, it is. It is called from here. Okay, I guess we'll do this a little bit differently. So we don't return an error here, but we can return a bool. Returns true if successful. Return false. And then return true. Wait, so if the tag is not the document type, what happens then? I guess we don't actually encounter that issue. I guess we want to assert that instead. Maybe. Do we actually encounter this issue here? I don't think we do. Let's just add an assertion so we get a little bit more. We assert that the tag is equal to document type. Otherwise it's very strange. Do we even use this document type here? We can even get the document type. Like we don't really need to get document type in here. We can just get the document type from the file path. Yeah. And yeah, let's just catch this error. If we get an error, then we do this. In the case of, like, if we so we can't do an error defer here. What we want to do is we want to, actually maybe we can we do error defer and then return false? Is that a thing? How does that work? Error defer. So yeah, we do something at error. The other component error has error is the first step. In addition to unconditional defer, so I guess error defer, which evaluates the deferred expression on block exit path if and only if the function returned with an error from the block. Yeah. The neat thing about this is you get robust error handling while robustity and cognitive overhead trying to make sure every exit path is covered. The allocation code is always directly followed the allocation code. Okay. Yeah, okay, if you do it like that. The error defer statement can optionally capture the error. Okay, so we can capture the error. That's good, because then we can generalize that as well. Capture a couple of other tidbits. This print is given enough expression to complete practical have failing check for an error to be a compiler error. If you really want to ignore the error, you can add catch unreachable and get the added benefit of crashing in debug and release safe modes if your assumption was wrong. Since SIG understands error types, it can be pre-weight branches in favor of errors not occurring. Just a small optimization benefit that is not available in other languages. Okay, that's really cool. Well, it doesn't say that you can return from that, because that really doesn't make sense, because you're already returning an error, and then it doesn't make sense to have a return in an error defer in that case. But it would be cool if you can like override the error, so you can get the error and then return something else there. And in case of an error, we set the state to be error like this. And then we can just do try here instead. But then this is an issue. So I think what we do is we copy this function, and we'll say this is like the inner, and we can still do this search. And now we do, so in this thing we call, this can be an error, and so we say load content inner, and then we catch this error, and we can just log out, you know, could not load document content, and we actually don't really have, well, it's gonna assume that the state, like that we actually have a file path, but when we set the state to error, we also wanna deallocate the file path string. So we can actually print it out here. Well, actually what we could do is we could say here, we could log here. Yeah. Could not load document content for this file, which is the self.file path, and then we do allocator free file path, and I set it to error. And so here we don't need to catch blah blah blah, we can do try. And the same thing here, we don't actually need to catch this error, we can just say try here. There. Okay, so whenever errors happening in here, we do handling here. Okay, that's really nice. And we set the state to error and free the file path so that the state is correct. We can also catch this error here, and we don't really need to do anything with this error. We can just return false. Otherwise, we return true. And this one doesn't need to be a bool, because we want to return the error. Well, we don't need to return the error there. And here we don't need to return true. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Very, very cool, like error handling there. Okay, you didn't see what I was doing there. Oh my god, I always forget to close the view there of the browser. Okay, so this is how it looks now. We have the function called load content. It calls load inner content, which can return an error. We catch that error and turns false. So this function will return true or false based on the error that you get. I mean, I realize that it's kind of silly as well. You could just do catch in the parent as well. Yeah, maybe we should just do that. This is kind of silly. Let's just do that. Okay. Well, this is still, and it doesn't return true successful. Okay, so if this returns an error, that means that the document state actually resets to error, and we free the file path. So next time we try to, well, we can't load the content. The state is now in error, which means when we try to deinitialize it, we don't do anything because yeah, nothing is there. If you in it with error, then it's just going to be an error there. Yes. When we try to open, we initialize it here. So now it's initialized, but then when we load it, this is where it gets actually like deinitialized inside. Well, it's not getting, well, it's getting, the state is changing inside of load document, so we don't need to deinitialize here and init with error. We just need to yeah, we return this error, so we just need to do try load document here. Okay. And then if something goes wrong when loading the content, then we also just, you know, set it to error, free up the stuff. This content is not actually being made. So, and if something goes wrong in here, then it's the responsibility of the deserialize function to actually clear that up. So this should all be good. Okay, great. And 1 second here. Okay, I just need to take a little break. I'll be right back, but I'll be right back in like 30 minutes or something. Okay, now I can speak again. Let's see. So what I'm doing now is the label for all the assets here is sort of bleeding over into the next thing. So what I want to do is see if there's a way to get like an ellipsis thing or something to show here. It's burning away from home without AC. That sounds bad. It's not that bad here. Whereas I live in a cold region, so where do you what do you say? Latitude or longitude? What do you say? Do you live at? Texture. So maybe you can use this. I'm gonna check this out a little bit here. East Europe. Okay. Cool. Let me see. What did I want to find? Text wrapped. Here. Function. But this oh, okay, this is just but how does it know the size? Or does it just conform to the window maybe? Okay. Indri win no text ellipsis. Ellipsis. No, it doesn't exist. Okay, yeah, so here's calculating like, yeah, so this is how you could do it. Like you calculate the text size. You start with some sort of width, which would be like the, I guess the image size, and then, yeah, and then calculating text size, and then you try to calculate where to put, I guess, put the ellipsis in. Maybe. But how? Okay, and then you just cut that off. Right. Trying to like calculate the visible characters. Wow. Okay, so it's like looping. It's looping through each character, adding it to the string, and then like calculating the width of that. That seems like a lot of work. But yeah, Okay, so it wasn't that easy, you know. But what could we do then? Like, I wish there was just a way to cut it off. Like, you know, in browsers you have a thing called overflow, and they define like a region, and anything that gets drawn outside of it gets cut off. I guess technically you could do it here as well if you render on top of like a render texture or something and then use that. But that, I mean, could you do something like if you do begin? I'm not sure what this is. Like begin child. What does this even do? String ID. That's gonna be like. I'm just gonna put name here. Arguments. This is like a bool. I'm not sure what this is. Okay, you can. Okay, actually worked to cut off the thing. So I just wanna get the width of this thing, and then we can also add like a hover as well to get the full name. So what is the width here? It's gonna be. I think I have the width set somewhere. Icon size. Yeah. And so, wait, where were we? Here. So this is the icon size. Okay, let's just see how that looks. Okay. Yeah, so now it's like cut off. And what if we just say wrapped now? What is the height actually? Is it like the height is not set here, so maybe it's like automatically. Okay, there we go. That actually kind of works. Do we have any? So here you can see the next line starts over here. Maybe we can just put it down so we have space for two lines for each one. Okay, we'll increase the thing a little bit there. Next position. Let's see, but it's not going to be next. It's not going to be. Well, actually, this I think this calculates the wrapping here. Yeah. So if we are greater than window size width, we are gonna wrap around, and here is the node spacing. Is that used for anything else? That's like spacing in both X and Y, or no? So it's only Y, I think. Maybe? No. Hello, Polaris7. Thank you very much. You too. So, Uranium Cat, have you started on any project or something with this with Zig? And also, what language did you say you were using otherwise? Oh yeah, so TypeScript, Python, C#, okay. No functional programming? Let's see. So what? Oh yeah, so node space. So I'll just introduce something here. Let's see. This is gonna be node row spacing, perhaps. Now let's add, I guess, another 8 or 12 or something here. Now where's our wrapping thing? Here. Right. And so this is going to be node spacing and then position 1, icon size, node spacing, label height. Oh wait, we can change the label height. We could just change that. Let's just double the label height. There we go. Actually, yeah, you should be able to hear me, right? Let's see. There we go. Well, let's see in here. Yeah, so now you have this space here for the next line. So that works. Now the thing that I want to do is I want to set the height also to be like label height times 2, so it doesn't go beyond that. Text wrapped. Set the height to be label height times 2. And then I also want to do a hovered short true. If it's hovered, then I want to begin a, what was it called, tooltip? I need to look at where we use this. Okay. And we get a text, and the text is name. Okay, so now we get a, it's wrapped, it should be contained within this box here. So if this text goes all the way here, it won't continue down here. You only get 2 labels. And if you can see here, if I hover over, I get the name as well. Maybe I want to hover over, I get the full path. I think that makes sense to me. So I'm gonna do let's see, what the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I want the full path here. So name. So where do we have the? Oh yeah, here we have. Wait, directory. Well, it's gonna be node path. Actually, where is this defined? There. So I do want to have the path also. Yeah. Which we'll put in there. There we go. Okay, now we get the full path. And if we go in here, we get the full path here as well. Okay, great. And now if we go here, where we have a bunch of these labels that's long, they will wrap. It looks a bit weird. I should probably like wrap, you know, be a little bit more smart, like have like a wrap there instead of in the middle of a word. But I don't think ImGui has that kind of utility, so but yeah, now this looks a lot nicer. Okay. Yeah, so let's see, what do we want to do now? Well, I've gone through every scene here and replaced all the old entities with the new ones. So we have a bunch of, you know, these kind of town maps or scenes where it's basically empty right now. And yeah, so I guess next up is like trying to sort of fill this in. But I'm just thinking if there's anything else, because I don't have a lot of time left today. Actually, maybe we should do the delete thing here. I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna do a delete functionality for the asset manager, and then it's like, yeah, a lot nicer to work with. So we can delete this these things here. So let's see. Where do we go from here? We want to go here where we are, and we want to basically where we, I guess it's gonna be like in handle input maybe, or actually it could be in the node menu, like when you're hovering over a node and you press delete, because we don't really have like a way to select assets yet, so you have to sort of hover over it and then maybe click on delete. So here's the selectable, and it goes in here if it's clicked on, I think. Yeah. And here's a drag and drop source. We have drop target, and then we have a label and stuff. So I think what I want to do is here I want to add is item hovered delay none. So we want to know immediately if the mouse is over, and then we also want to check if key down, and it's gonna be delete. Okay, so then I'm just gonna show something. We actually have like show error. We can show, this is sort of like an alert in in the browser, so you can like show deleting something as it there. Actually, we can say the name here. Okay, and that's everything that's gonna happen. So let's just see if how this works first, and then so we have this one deleting Klet, that's the same name. Yes, we press delete here, nothing happens. Delete there, deleting scenes. Okay, so now we want to connect that up to an actual delete function. So we do have move file, and it's gonna share a little bit of the move functionality. So I think I'm just gonna copy this and then I will do something. I will delete node. It's gonna keep the same functionality. That's true if nodes are invalidated, so we have to like skip out of the UI function. What's happening here? Is my internet weird or? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. Delete node. Yeah. So target directory. Right. So that's for moving to a target directory. We don't need this. We only need the node. And I guess, you know, of course you're gonna be able to delete directories as well. I'm gonna say that this is the node. Right, and we don't need you, don't need this. We don't need a target path. And we don't need to check if it exists. We don't do this. And here's the actual deletion happening here. So what I want to do with the delete is I want to be able to check, okay, do we actually have, I mean, okay, this is going to be something for the future, but I want to check if we have any references in other files to this node that you're going to delete. So it's like a texture, for example, can be referenced by an animation or a tile map or an entity type. So if you delete that texture and it is referenced in other files, then I want to show those and show like a dialogue that will say, do you really want to delete this? It's still used in these entities. And then maybe you can like go to those entities and update them or something. But even if you delete something, it should be able to handle a missing reference. So yeah, but that's gonna be for the future. I think for now I'm just gonna add a confirmation dialogue or something that like if you accidentally press delete, we're not just gonna hard delete the file, you know. Hello Lane Hogan, how's it going? Welcome. The setup looks good. Thank you. Do you mean the text editor? Let's see. So we need to do that. Show confirmation dialog. Theme and font. Simple but great. Yeah, I think so too. I especially like the fact that I don't see the line numbers. I know that people are have got their minds blown about that, but it's like I've been without them for a while and I got used to it. It's not actually necessary to have them there. But yeah, I like the font as well. I think it's like it's called Hask Lug, like HA, like I think it's this one. Yeah. Show confirmation. So this is show confirmation dialog, and if you click on cancel, it's gonna cancel. If you click on whatever, it's gonna do that. So yes, and then we actually have to like handle this somewhere else. But so this is actually just gonna show the confirmation dialog. Maybe we have a different function for that, actually calling this function. But let's do it without the confirmation dialog first. So here we actually just delete the thing. We need the root there, so I'm gonna open that. We need the project, I guess, and then defer. No, close the router. And we don't rename, we wanna do delete. Oh yeah, so this is, so I wonder what happens if you delete a directory. I mean, we wanna have a recursive check for all the files. If you wanna delete a directory and there's a bunch of assets in there, we wanna have a recursive check for all of those assets if there are any references there in the future. But that's not for now, so I'm just gonna say remove. So this is like delete node, and if the node is a directory, then so Lane Hogan, have you worked with Zig anything, or if it's a directory we want to call delete directory, subpath. This path is node.getPath. Oh yeah, I forgot that I had that. Actually, we'll this one we can remove, and this is gonna be node get path. Okay, I just updated that. I forgot I had that convenience function there. Okay, so where are we? So here, so if we have a directory, well actually we should probably use a switch here. So then we get the directory out. Well, we actually, well yeah, because then we call different functions here. And we could even do, nah, never mind. Let's do this and file. Oops. And then delete file. It's the same sort of signature here. Yeah. Could not delete directory, and this is gonna be the directory path. We don't have a target path. Return false. Nothing happened. Here we say could not delete file, and the file is file path. We don't have a target. There we go. Right, so we handle both directory and file, and I'm not sure if you do this if there's going to be an error if you have like files in the directory. So I guess we'll find out. We can do a test to see. Okay, and then we do an update index. And I don't need to explain here, I don't think. So we update the index. We do could not update index. I'm just gonna, okay, when deleting file. It's nice to have a little bit of, you know, context. And well, I guess when deleting node, because it could be a file or a directory. Actually, we could do this. This is next level right here. Tag name node. That will actually yield a file or directory. And then we need the path, so we can do node get path. We don't have target path, and then that's it. Yeah. And then we remove, then we remove this node. Oh my god, it's calling. Hang on a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I have to go very soon here, but I guess we can finish this here. So yeah, so we're updating the index. That will remove the thing from the index. We remove the node from the assets library. That's basically like the in-memory file system. Okay, so that should be good. Now we should be able to remove things. Well, we need to call this first also. So let's go up to wherever we were here. No. Where is it? Here, yeah. So let's call delete node. And also dereference there. Actually, you know what? Node get path. Do you need? No, you don't need the mutable. And then this returns true if we actually, if anything happened there. So if this returned true, we need to return true as well. All right. Now let's test this on one of our test things that's not supposed to be there. Okay, what's going on here? 216 use of uncleared file path. Oh yeah, directory path. Wait, what's happening here? Self and sub. So we don't need you, and this one is the same. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what I was thinking. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so now, for example, we have this this guy here. So I'm gonna hover over that and delete. Oh my god! Okay, that was actually good. I should have backed this up. But it couldn't actually delete the directory since it's not empty. So I guess we got actually the answer to that there. So we have to actually go in and recursively delete everything in each directory. So if you want to do that, or maybe you don't want to enable that, I'm not sure actually. But if we just if we try and open up here again, so I think the opening the editor actually silently failed. And well, that's good. Let's see. Okay, so it's actually it actually works. And what now? So let's see. Yeah, I do want to add the confirmation dialog. One thing that's actually also a thing here is this happens instantly. Once you delete something, it goes on to that. You're still hovering the next asset, and you're holding down the delete button. So this should not be down. This should be pressed. Yeah. Okay. So let's try this again. I'm gonna make sure to maybe select something that is. Well, what we could do is just create some rubbish things here. That's why did it go over there? Okay. Let's just do this. Let's name it something that will end up at the end. So no, ZZZ. Yeah. And then we restart. It will have reordered here. So if we press delete on this one, this will not get deleted. There we go. And now we can delete this as well. And I'll delete that. And now I feel like I want to make a I want to make a backup. And I'm just gonna say today's state. There we go. Now we got the backup. So we don't accidentally delete all things. demo. This guy we can delete. We should probably like quit out of that editor if you delete it as well. Let's add that as a to-do. So where's delete? I'm gonna add this here. To do if current editor is has the node opened, close that editor. Okay. And yeah. Let's see. Scenes. So we got all this guy, yeah, that's used. We've got, so this one is not used, so let's remove that. This one is not used. This one is not used. There we go. This one is, even though it's called test village, it's actually the actual sort of village here. Entities, all of these. I mean, this one does not actually exist. Oh, you can't actually put this out there, so I'm just gonna delete that one. This one is also like from the beginning, this is not a valid entity, so there we go. And then animations, I guess we can keep some of these. This one we can delete, these are not used. Now we can delete that as well. Yeah, the rest seems okay. Really nice now here that we can do this. This one is just a test, we can delete that. And there we go. I think we went through everything here. Yeah, entities, scenes, textures. Is there anything we don't want to have? I don't think so. We could probably have everything here. And time maps. Yeah. All right. So great. I think I want to add the. Oh, let's just check if there was an error there. No. I think I want to add these two things, and then I'm gonna call it here. So let's start with the confirmation dialog. Actually, I'll go and grab a cup of coffee before that. Okay. Now, for the confirmation dialog, it's gonna be something like, well, we can go and check how the context does it, because we have this show error function. Show error, there we go. And it basically, we have a dialog flag, and so you would set that to true and then set sort of the delete file target or whatever. So yeah, I think we just make that as well. I'll just add this here, is delete node dialog open, and this is a bool set to false. Okay, and then we also need delete node path, which is, I think, this. Yeah. Then we'll check. So where was this used here? We have context, we have layout, so this is gonna be layout. Yeah, here's this thing. This is the entire like handling of this. But we also, there's also another way you could do it. Like you have, well, here you have all these is new blah 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 open. But there's also another way. There's like pop-ups. And oh, this is the context menu, right? So you probably want to have the flag anyway. Okay. Is error dialog. So let's actually. Do we want to have this in here? We probably want to have it here. Delete asset dialog. Okay, so is delete node dialog open. Is delete node dialog open, and then we have delete node path. So what do we want to do? We want to basically just say a warning here. Maybe it should be like some sort of red text. Warning. Warning. Wait, why is it? Oh, that's the color. Okay. Warning. This is nothing there. The color is gonna be red. Warning, and then I want to have a space, and then I want to do same line, and then I want to do another text which is gonna say do you really want to delete the let's also do like wrapped, I guess. I wonder if you can have new lines in there. This action cannot be undone. Okay. And then you get buttons. So you get yes, delete, and cancel. So cancel should be on the left, I think on the left side. Cancel, or is it on the right side? I don't know, we'll see what feels best here. So cancel, we just set this to false, and that's gonna be is delete thing open, and then we'll say delete whatever it was, node path is equal to no. Okay. And then here we actually delete. We wanna still hide it. We do set this to false, but before that we actually wanna do delete node. Well, actually, what this path here? We probably want this to be a node and not a path. Delete node target, I guess we can call it. And this is a node. So target. Okay, and then this will be delete node target, and we dereference that there, and after we delete it we close the dialog. Okay, and now over here we say we need also, the first one is gonna be, do you not want to delete the, and then this is a tag name of the node. And then this one is the node path. There we go. Okay, so that's the dialog. Wait, I feel like we need more here. There should be a begin here as well. Oh, there's the begin. Oh, okay. What is... What? How did... Okay, well... Okay, yeah. So this is the like the title of the dialog here. So delete node. Delete node. Yeah, delete. Flags. No. Okay. Fine. Okay, there we go. And then we don't call this, well, we call this, but then in here, well, this is where we are. So delete node. So we don't call delete node here. We actually just say delete target is equal to node. So that's the pointer. And then the is delete node dialog open is true. So we just set that to true. There we go. Now we need a thing there. Okay, there we go. Same line. You need something there. We don't care about spacing in that case. Cannot dereference as known. Oh, right. So let's actually get the target here. or else we just return, because if we don't have a target, then there's gonna be like an error. So I guess what we could do is we could show an error instead and say delete dialog opened without a target. And we return. Okay. So we got the target. Now that's a node. Now that's a node pointer. But here we actually want to set that to null. So here we can say target. Yeah. All right. Actually, we could. Nah. There we go. Let's do that. Delete node, target value of type bool ignored. Delete. Oh, right. So, right. Let's say this. So that's true if nodes are validated. Return false. Return false. Actually, also, if this is happening, we should probably just set this to false as well, so we don't get in here over and over again. Okay, and after we've deleted the thing, if this becomes true, we also return true. And also here we should do defer and there. All right. Still get some errors here. Value type bool ignore delete. All right. Yeah. So if this is true, we just this is not going to do anything from this point of view, but it's good to have this pattern here. If things are invalidated down the line, we should just cancel and let the next frame run instead of crashing and burning. So I realize that you might get some flicker doing that, but that's how I chose to do it right now. So anyway, yeah, so now if we, for example, create a new thing here, animation, let's say, and we delete this, we get this. Okay, this was a very weird size. We should probably set the size to something reasonable. But yeah, you get this warning. Do you really want to delete the file? This action cannot be undone. And then we click cancel and it doesn't delete. But if we click on delete, it actually deletes. Great. So now we have a confirmation dialog. Next step is, if current editor has a node open, close that editor. And we should probably do that like at the last thing here. So context close. Okay, so let's get the current editor, or actually we could get the editor that is actually opened editor, so we could go through all of these. I guess maybe we don't need a pointer, but and then we're gonna check if we have a document and we get the ID, and if that is equal to, we actually have to look like this. If this is equal, do we have an equal function here now? If this is equal to the node ID, but after we've deleted it here, it's I think we need to actually close it before. Yeah, because after this point the node is deinitialized, so you cannot access the things. I mean, we only need the ID though. So if it's a directory, we don't do this. So we only do this for files. So let's switch on the node and do file. So directory, we don't do anything. File, we want to do this. Let's actually just name this. So close editor for node. We need context. And we'll do this. All right. Now this is equal to node.id, or I mean file, we need a file. File ID, then we close that editor. Close editors. Oh wait, we're looking for the editor. Yes. Close editor by ID. So we'll get the asset ID here. Yeah. And we'll look for the editor here. And if the editor dot document dot something, I guess content or get ID. I guess if the content exists, we get the content, and then there should be a getID function there. If content getID equal and .uuid is equal to asset ID .uuid, then we deinitialize that editor, we break, and we do we want to do like a swap remove? We can do a swap remove. Because the order of the editors doesn't... I mean, we can just do an ordered remove. Sure, why not? Ordered remove. And this would be the index. Alright. And are these pointers, or are they just... no. Okay. Let's make this public. And I guess we could like unload a document as well. Like that's part of the thing that we want to do. So I forgot if we actually had that. Like the editor deinitialize. Well, it doesn't actually do anything. The only thing that does anything is this. But then we also want to unload a document. So where is that happening? Anywhere? Do we have that anywhere? Like document initialize. We're doing it in the initialize. Okay, that's the only thing. Okay, so we need to do basically the same thing here. We deinitialize the document, and so this would be editor. Well, let's do it first. We deinitialize the document, and we also do a swap remove. So we have to document index. So I need to look this up here. Standard memory index of scalar. So the editor document is a point. No, it's not a pointer. Oh, but we can check by ID, I guess. But then we have to do another loop here. Okay, it's gonna be a bit loopy, but I guess we have to do it. We could also make a function called like unload document. Wait, do we already have unload document? Oh, we already have unload document. Unload document by ID. Oh, we already have this. Okay. Well, let's just do that then. So we get an ID, we fetch, do a swap remove. We also deinitialize the existing document. Okay, sure. So actually this should probably be like... no, this should... fetch, swap remove. We don't really care about that because we already have the editor. So let's do unload document by ID, and ID is just the asset ID. Okay. Now does this assert that it exists? No, it doesn't. So that should be good to use. Okay. So now we have a way to close the editor that uses the thing. So let's go back here and we can say close editor for node, or no, by ID. Wait, and then we don't need to do all this. We can just say file.id, except this is nullable, so we have to like if here. There we go. All right. So that was a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not have it here? I guess you could put this in the context as well. Close editor by ID, close editor by node. And there, and then close editor, context, close editor by node. All right, let's try it. Man, time flies. Let's see. Context 319. We need a comma there. Access manager 235. You want, oh, right, just like that. Oops, daisy. Context 304. Oops. What's happening? No field name or function called get ID. Oh, what? Oh, wait, it's like inline else. Okay, if we have a content, I'm gonna say document get ID. But then this one is not used. So. Expected type, serializable, found use size, or remove. Oh, it expects the ID. I see. And the ID is what? Is it just generated? I mean, I guess it's like editor.id. Do we have an ID? No. Okay, so it has to be the document. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Yeah. It's the document ID. So this is gonna get, this is gonna be, well, let's get the ID here. There we go. And then there's gonna be the ID there. So that's the key. And do we even, we don't need to find the index here, we just need to, yeah, I mean, we already, no, wait, oh, we don't need to do it like that. Okay, 1 second, it's calling here. Okay, I need to hurry up here. I have to go very soon. But I just want to finish this because otherwise it will take a long time getting back to it next time. Expected type. Ordered remove. Oh yeah. So we don't need to loop here because we remove things by ID. This ID is thing. We can get the editor. So it's just gonna be opened editors map and then get and then asset ID, and if we don't find it then we don't care because it's already closed. However, we do want to actually deinitialize the document, so let's do that. Also, we don't need to deinitialize there, so we'll do that first. We'll call that first, so the document's out of the way. Then we get the editor. If we don't find it, then it's not a problem. We just don't care. If we do find it, then we don't get the ID because we already know it's the ID because we already matched it before. So we can just deinitialize the editor and remove it from the list, and then we are done. So that was way easier than it was from the start. Okay, now we are calling, let's see, asset manager close editor by node. Yes, let's see. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling there was still things to do. 305. Oh, so there's no way. Oh, the ID. So this is the asset ID. Well, let's just rename this to ID because it's the only ID that we actually care about there. We don't really have an editor ID anyway, so it's gonna be by asset ID. Okay, 304 editor deinitialize expected type. Okay, so this needs to be a mutable editor. So we will get you. We will be. So do we change it to var or because open editors, are they pointers? No, they are not pointers. So I think we have to say get pointer there to get it. And then we say value type bool ignored. So this is bool if it, I guess, if it finds it. So we don't really care if it doesn't exist in the list. We don't care. It should exist since we already got it here. Actually, you know what? This should be like fetch remove. Yeah, this should be fetch ordered remove. Ordered remove, and we get the entry, and then this is gonna be the value, I think. Expected type. Okay, and now this needs to be a var. There we go. Wow, that was way easier. I mean, 3 lines. We had like what, 20 lines of double loops. Okay, so if we now let's create this guy. We open it up. Let's set some sort of texture, and we set this guy here. We save. We go back, and now we delete. Oh, and it crashed. Okay, well, I won't have time to fix this crash, unfortunately. Index out of bounds. Okay, so that's okay. Contact. Wait, 128, 138, I mean. Get current editor. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. It does actually make a whole bunch of sense, because when we close the current editor, if it is the current editor, we actually wanna not have it there. So let's do if current editor document get ID and this is, yeah, this is nullable. So if we have that, and if we have a document content, and if this looks very stupid here, but if document get id.uid is equal to id, then we set current editor to null. So we want to check if the current editor has a document, if the document is loaded, if the ID is the same as the one we're closing. If that's the case, then we close, then we remove the current editor as well. 306. Type usize does not support field access. What? Oh, is current editor actually a usize? Oh, it's a usize. Oh, but then we have to, okay. We have to do this first. Wait. We have a get current editor. We have that. Yes. There we go. But I think we need to do this first. Perhaps. Yeah. Because the index won't be valid once. Actually, the index might not be valid after anyway. If we do an order remove. Yeah, that's a problem as well. Okay, I don't have time for this. I'm just gonna have to put a to-do here. Fix issue with current editor being closed, or if the index is invalidated. Maybe we shouldn't use index, maybe we should just use the ID after removing the editor from the hash map. There we go. All right, so yeah, hope you had a nice time here. Thank you very much for watching, and hope you have a nice day. See you later. Bye bye.